Hello folks, welcome back to the channel. We are hanging out here in Satisfactory today. I've made some adjustments to my Twitch schedule. There is a link on Twitter should you want to check that out. The schedule is also here on Twitch. And basically we've just bumped Thursday Minecraft to Friday. And we have replaced Thursday Minecraft with Satisfactory. The reason is that there's not currently any Lego sets on the go. And it's probably going to be a little bit before I get another one. Mainly because there's just nothing that's being put out right now of interest for me from Lego. So it's also going to be busy going into the holidays. And it might be worth having a day like Thursday to add some other games into the mix and do some other things here on stream. So you can look forward to that. I wouldn't mind over the holidays, over December, maybe playing some other games. Either returning to something else, or there's a new building steampunk game that's coming out December 1st, I think, on Xbox Game Pass. So there's that. So we left off yesterday looking at replacing our bauxite lines. And to do that, we are going to need more aluminum. I had to move this hypertube over to the corner because we kept on getting sucked down this other one. I think we're going to have to redo our aluminum factory. At least we're going to have to add to it to figure out how we're going to make things go. I also didn't have wet concrete before. I think I mentioned that yesterday, so we can utilize that as well. First, we need more aluminum plating, and this is going to be running low. So we need to make more of that ASAP. Wet concrete. So yeah, the wet concrete idea, that's what we're doing over here. Actually, I'll show y'all. That right there is wet concrete. So instead of limestone going into constructors, you put limestone into refineries and you add water and you get more concrete. But it's a way to bring in water and basically turn water into an awesome sink ready product. And the reason why that's important is because when we get down to looking at the aluminum, which you can't really see from in here, I think I have to go back downstairs. This is silica. Our aluminum is down here. Right. So you have to turn a bauxite into a luminous solution. And that requires water. And then we've got water coming in over there. You can see water pipes coming in over there. And then the production of aluminum scrap has water as a byproduct. And this has to get destroyed or reused. And I've tried reusing it. I've tried putting it back into the system, and it just never seems to work. It always backs up. It always causes problems. So what we've done here is we have it all stored. And then when you flush this network, this starts up again. But when that fills up, this stops. But what we can do is take this little bit of water that we've got here, these two pipes, and turn it into wet concrete, and then send it to the awesome sinks that we set up a couple of streams ago over here, and have that be destroyed. And so that would mean that this will run continuously. But the first thing we got to do is hook up the bauxite again. I should probably make it easier to get up here. So we've got these lines here. Oh, that's currently... crap. We've got to move that too. I forgot about that. I want to bring bauxite in on these two lines here, so that means we've got to move copper. Dang it. That's fine. Do we have anything on these lanes? It might actually be worth making a spreadsheet map of these lanes. That is currently copper ore, but copper ore stops there. So we could potentially just move these copper lines along here. Having some deja vu. What did I bring in there? Oh, that was copper, right. I hope people don't find this this copper or the main bus line construction too confusing. I've got it fairly straight in my head. Just when you thought you were done. Yeah, exactly. Where does this copper exit? Looks like it's farther down. There it is here. So the good news is that we can move it out that way. The bad news is that we've got a lot of belts in the way. I designed this with the idea of always having space at the bottom and completely did not consider what happens when we lose space here, right? Because this eventually... Maybe we can just extend this a bit so that we have at least some room. Yeah, maybe we can just push this as far as we can. I'd say that's the end there. That's almost the whole length. That works for me. I just want to see if I can blow that up. I don't know about spaghetti. I'm trying to keep it pretty tight. The hard part is going to be designing it all to make it look good. Hopefully the grass won't show through. Oh, it's close. That's annoying. Maybe it won't grow back. Oh, I can't blow it up? That's a pain. That I think is... That's just wrong. It's alright. We got most of the way there. It might actually look a little bit better to have a small ledge here rather than going right up to the door. I do like the idea of some of this design being iterative, and you know, you're never going to design anything perfect the first time. Okay, so we need to put these. Is this just the one copper? No, it was two lines. Two lines. What am I missing? Reinforced iron plates. GrandpaCrafter, good to see you. Wet concrete does sound kind of gross. I mean, I guess all concrete is wet at some point. That's how it's made. Where'd it go? Here we are here. So hard to land on this stuff. So put one there, and then one right here. Can't tell if that's even. And we'll just copy this. And I think what we'll do is we'll bring the overflow somewhere else. So maybe what we'll do, need to get through to the other side here. Yeah, we can put the overflow bits on this thing. I think I'd rather do that. Yeah. Okay. So I don't have to worry about that. Now that's belt spaghetti. So the new copper ingots are just going to be straight up. It'll be a right exit. And then front is going to be, I guess, none for now. Oh, I'm going to have to move that into a different position. That's fine. First one first. Yeah. Whoop, I'm on a belt. And the lights are out. Try that again. Copper ingot, and then none. Now we can just use a lift. And these are not connecting, which is really a pain. Like, that should be giving me an indication that it's working. I did not get the bits from MindTripMedia. Thanks very much, Cosmic. Appreciate that. So why? I'm probably going to have to rebuild this, which is really annoying. I really would like to know if that's a bug that's known, because that's really tedious. Does anybody know if lifts not connecting to splitters is a known bug? Because I should be able to tighten up this placement. Like, I should be able to place this here. Right? And then have the... There should be a chime right there. That should absolutely connect. Cosmic, would you mind? That would be awesome. Because right now it looks like we have to make a belt. Right? I guess we'll see. So we're going to replace this. That's the overflow. So this first one is what's going to go into the machine. So actually it's the top one. Go into the machine, and the top one is this one. How do I want to do this? One, two, three, four. That goes there. And this bottom one gets removed. Now, to fill these up, I need to go back and hook up the copper. I don't think your splitter's exactly lined up. Might start with connecting the splitter first. So you can do both. you can do both. So if I put down a splitter, right? If I put down, like, say, a splitter there, right? I can connect it here, and you can hear the chime, like that snaps, right? And that works, and that will do what we want it to do. But you should also, well, one, I should be able to get a line here. But as long as I have this connected, see, it's doing it here. Maybe it's a me problem. But this is a cooler connection. And that seems to work. So maybe I did something wrong. Thanks, S. Gotro. Appreciate it. I mean, I guess we'll find out when I hook this up. I need material on it to check, really. Not here. It is... That's copper. It's these ones here. Oh, I don't want to hook it up there. We'll have to do belt like this for now. Yeah, the overflow on that is not going to be good. We shouldn't be experiencing any overflow, though. Oh, yeah, we are. I just have to move these. And they should snap, but they're not. I wish they would snap. So we'll try it, I guess, with the holes. No, that worked. But here it's not. Like, there's no... Now it's not snapping. Oh, that doesn't look as nice. Guess. Yeah, we're gonna do this above the ground. It was supposed to be easy to update these, but apparently not. Yeah, those aren't clipping to the walls either. Maybe you have to move those closer. There's something really off about... Yeah, it doesn't work either. But they should snap So I'll read those DMs on my first break, Cosmic. Thank you. See what's up. So what's cool about this is that we can now nudge this. That one is fine. I wonder if it's got something to do with the, like, every random placement of a merger. I just have to hook up the other parts. Aha. So this one that said it worked, that's not connecting. That's not sending stuff through. Let's try rebuilding the splitter. Yeah, it's not working. Now it is. So you should not have to put a belt in there. It's like they're missing the belt. You don't think it's me? Do you think it's actually a bug? All right, cool. All right, so now that we've got that going, I really should think of another color for bauxite. Right now we're using copper and bauxite as the same belt color. They're just very similar. Right, so this, so game, same thing here. This didn't pick up the... And it won't let me do it. I mean, it's still, I can still do it this way, I guess. And it fits, I prefer it the other way. That's one going in there, and that one is going up to that. And then the other one is going to overflow. And I can't do that way. So we'll just come in here and do, guess, yeah, we run into the same problem with this This garbage line, I think I maybe have to remove this bottom section, as we end up with the same issues as we go down the line. Oops. Autosave. Okay. That means that's got stuff being destroyed. And this is just not hooked up, I don't think. I've got to fix the building anyway. Yeah, this is a mess. All I want to do here is change this splitter. So this is a regular splitter. It's just that I've got it pointed in the wrong direction. So currently the intake is there, and I want the intake to be there. Or I really need to start making more use of the radial menu. The radial menu is really, really handy. It cuts down on a lot of things on your hotbar. That looks like it worked. And that looks like it worked. Okay. So let's just quickly lay down a couple of lines here. It's a little bit different now with the way that you can put down a belt. You can actually do that first now, which is cool. So, since we've got sunshine, maybe I'll put this way as well. So this is currently copper. If we wanted to change this to bauxite, the bauxite color I have is actually very, very close to copper. Right? So I'd want to do something different. And do I have any bauxite on my person? I don't. I guess I should have kept the copper in my inventory too. So I did a pretty good job, right? I guess copper could be darker, couldn't it? I mean, not that I'd want it to be. What could we do? Could make bauxite a little bit lighter, maybe? I don't want to get into pastels, you know? I'd like to try and do something. Why my entire Streamlabs recent events thing now completely just died. What on earth? Sorry if the leaderboard breaks, folks. Weird. All right. I mean, we could also just choose a color that doesn't actually look like bauxite. We could actually just have like an aluminum color, because that's what the production is for, you know, like a gray, a light gray. To help separate them. You can go with a pink pastel. I think we've got a decent pink with the quartz going on. I think maybe we'll go with the aluminum color just so I'm not fussing over this forever. I don't know if we even have some aluminum. No. I kind of wish that they gave us both options. Like, I wish that there was like a palette picker. That would be a cool mod. Instead of messing around with these stupid settings, if you could just like have like a set of colors. I guess you could always look up the hex code online. So alternatively, we could go with like a different orange. Could go more primary orange for copper. I think I'm okay with just using, I think it was swatch 9. No. Swatch 4. Yeah, we'll go with 4. It's really more for me just to kind of keep things straight. All right, let's put this on 4. I want the escape key to work. So annoying. You know, it would be really cool to do an entire factory that's all just various degrees of black and white, and then use lights to color everything. That could be really cool. It would make things a lot simpler, right? You could just straight up just using black and white. And then all your materials would stand out really well too. Oh, I think I just misclicked. I turned something white over here. I don't see it. Maybe it was the floor. Alright, so these are gonna have to be the new lines. And they're coming in over here. So this is gonna drop. You can't paint those either to rebuild them. So those will be the top two, and this is going to have to drop in a different spot too. Two, three, four. I will fix that later. Okay. Now we need 4 belts over here. Off of these 2 lines. And so we're going to have another 2 of those come down. So these are going to be lower, and they will go to the bottom 2. Nope, wrong. Goes this one. And these ones... Wait a minute. I guess we'll bring the other ones down on the other side. Hope that's right. Well, fine. So if we do top and bottom. That is a issue. I guess we could go all the way down to the bottom and then come up. This is the one part of the design that I just haven't really been able to figure out a smooth way to do it all. I mean, this doesn't have to be, well, yeah, I guess it does have to be there, doesn't it? We could take it up by a notch or something, but it gets really convoluted. That's going down the bottom. Are you stuck? I think you're stuck. Okay. Yeah, it's a little bit, it's just a little bit tricky. It worked when we only had the two belts. And I could bring them all, I could bring the two across the top and bring them all in straight this way, and maybe that's the thing to do. Is let's go top to bottom. We just have to plan for that, at which point we would do something like this. And then we'd have to have the other ones go out farther like that. See, then they snap. There's a certain, I don't know, snapping thing that I don't particularly enjoy. It's like they try to snap to one another, which is weird. That's on the wrong level anyway. Right, so do that. Two, and then 3. Oh, come on. 4. And then if we need to, we have room to put in lifts underneath. So if I needed to have lifts here, we can still do that. Obviously helps if they're going the right way. So then these 4 could be our bauxite. 1, 2, and then 3, 4 here. And it won't let me turn it around. Like, it's really frustrating. Like, it's snapping to that, but it won't let me turn it around to face this way when it snaps. Like, it's really, really a pain. 'Cause that's not lined up, you know? Like, just why? That's probably going to be too close. Oh no, that works. And now it lets me do it. Weird. I don't mind the fact that it's this copper color coming in on the train. I feel like that kind of matches. So we'll leave it like that here, maybe. And we'll start the aluminum bits here. Yep. Really wish the escape key would work. I don't think that's right. That's not right either. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, and then this becomes a lot easier because then we can just cascade this up from the bottom. One, and then second level, 2, third level, 3, and then here it'll be a little bit farther along. 1, 2. Great time when you're ready. Thanks, Dan. Appreciate the heads up. We will probably wait until the sun goes down just to kind of line that up. We're getting close, yeah. I don't know quite yet what's happening here, but I'll paint this stuff anyway. So now we have 4 belts of bauxite coming in. I just realized one of the things we could do here would be to take these little 1 meter signs. We could probably even do like a small one. Little 5 meter signs. And even have like a little legend. You know, could just maybe that's why are they sideways? Probably another bug. Yeah, you can't copy paste anything either. That's messed up. See, this is the kind of thing that you'd think they would have fixed when they move it to early access, you know? Anyway. Yeah, there seems to be a lot of bugs. More than I was really anticipating. Right, so we'll just follow the bauxite lines. Here, we don't need those. I wish they wouldn't do that flashy bit when you go underneath the belts. I feel like they could handle that better too. I don't want to sound like I'm like being super complaining and negative today. It's just that there seems to be a lot of really odd choices in the new update. And this is where the bottom ones stop. But they keep on going. This is bauxite, and that's just being destroyed. That's not right. The bauxite all goes in way over here. So we need to move quartz. We may have to take quartz out a little bit early. Or maybe we'll do copper early. Because these bauxite lines have to continue on. I guess this is just not a need. So that's 3 lines. This still has copper on it. That's not good. Box of shame. And an autosave. Hopefully a hotfix. Yeah, that would be good, Dan. Especially for little things like that. I think that would be helpful. Dump off some of that leaf and wood. Right. So bring this along. That's why I'm using those smart splitters in every place that we're pulling items, because on the off chance that a belt gets like contaminated with something else, your smart splitters are going to save your butt when it comes to getting things into the like incorrect items into the factory. Yeah, so that we can drop down maybe back here. It's just not going to look as cool. Or see, the thing that the issue with this setup that I did not anticipate is that these lifts go in even increments, so it goes up to the next belt. And what I really wish that we had would be ways to get things in between. I can do it with a lot of finicky stuff, right? But it's just difficult to line up when everything has to go out the same direction, you know? But either way, we have to move these two belts plus this one. Where do we move that to? I mean, I guess we could just do them lower. That's very tiny. And is it something I can pick up? No. So yeah, I guess we'll try that. I don't remember what lines those were. Yeah, see, it doesn't work there either. That does, though. It seems to be some sort of weird, like, odd, random connection. Ugh. Sorry. Yeah, and then that won't even let me do the fix for it. I wonder if it's because there's a break in the belt. Nope. Oh, well, it did the fix thing. I just have to add this. Do both quartz go into the machines? Now what? Okay, those are going to be fine. It would be fun to line this up with some like cool colored lights to highlight things. Yeah, lifts are acting very strange in update 8, just for everybody that's watching. I feel like you have to be aware of some things should be working when they're not. It's going to be really hard for anybody that decides to pick up the game and try to learn it. We had some new people in stream the other day, and that would be really frustrating if like you think you're doing something right that you've learned and the game is just straight up screwing with you, you know? Then this. Oh, we're going to run into this problem down here too. Crap. Well, maybe this is when we have to start getting granular with stuff. And start using these. What is this? This is overflow quartz. This just shouldn't be here. And I guess we can use this space for that. We should be okay. Cosmic Dancer gifted a tier 1 sub to Marcus 1170. Thanks so much, Cosmic. That's very kind of you. Marcus, I feel like you know your way around, but for anybody else that's listening, if you have a sub, gift sub, or a Prime sub, you can join the Discord. Getting close to taking a break here. Alright, so this is going to overflow. I think we'll just connect it up to this. That's out and that's overflow. So then here, Mark II. How much is this? This is only like 80 something. Yep. So let's use this belt. Left is overflow. Right's none. Oh, that doesn't work. I need a merger somewhere. Yeah, it's hard to figure this stuff out sometimes. No, I think we're going to end up leaving those where they are. And then you get distracted by all the cleanup that you gotta do too. Just keep on telling myself it's fuel for later. Overflow, none. None. Now will it let me do my special trick? Just gonna hook this up to the garbage line and then we'll be good to go. See, now that one worked. So I wonder if it's got something to do with smart splitters and all that. Anyway, it is definitely time for me to take my first break. Folks, if you're new to the channel, I do this about once an hour. Gives me a chance to grab some more coffee. Gives you a chance to grab a snack or a drink. Maybe even a friend. Let them know that we're streaming. I promise I'm having a good time. Despite some of the headaches that we're discovering in this update. And I completely missed that jump. Don't have a lot of power down here. All right. Timetable. Cool. I'll be back in about 5 or 6 minutes. All right, back again, back again. Get into the station here. Thank you, Cosmic. So listen to the brake noises. I'm pretty sure they're new. I don't remember it being so high-pitched before. I think it's cool. Well done. Whoops. Marcus and Dan, thank you. And I forgot to read those bugs. Whoops. I wanted to remove this stuff. Alright, so we pulled the coal off, which means that this line doesn't need to be... Well, it can be there, it just can't be here. Now, unfortunately here, I don't think we have any room. Just a little bit, but not much. And this is going to get all the way over to here, which is where all of these pieces are going. So I'll bring that all the way to the end. Why do I not have enough creatures in the way? Oh. Beat it. Oh. I guess it died. Does it drop anything or does it just... Nope, I guess they just die. I thought that gave you like creature stuff, but I guess the birds, because they're no threat, they don't drop anything. They just keep on getting in the way, Cosmic. If it wasn't for the drops that they gave us, then from other creatures, I would just disable them. Okay, so this is going to be 4... What's this? This is coal, so that's going to have to move. And then these... Alright, so, oops, that's not right at all. How did that get hooked up to anything? Okay. That is our 4 bauxite belts going all the way to aluminum. And this is where I really have to figure out how we are going to sort all of this out. So imagine coal is just going to move over. Oh, right. We can't repaint those because that would be convenient. Why would they let us do that? Just kind of quickly make this look half decent. Uh-oh. Oh, I'm missing cable. Alright, I'll fix that after. So we'll move the coal going down this way. And then we'll have the 4 bauxite belts coming in there. But this is where I need to take the opportunity to figure out the actual production rates of things and change what we're doing. You can see problems like this where you've got these rocks that we can't blow up that create issues in your factories. So I'd say this used to be all the old bauxite. There's 2 bauxite going that way, and the other bauxite used to come this way. And so these 2 bauxite lines go down this way, and they feed the first 1, 2, 3, 4 machines, and then the next 3 machines. What do these need? 120 bauxite per minute. That is a lot. So this is where the spreadsheet comes back in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think there's 14 in total. So 120 and 120 and 180 and 50. So this is our aluminum production in Devastator. Currently, we've got 120 bauxite per minute, 180 water per minute, and then 120 aluminum solution and 50 silica. So this aluminum solution comes out and goes into refineries again. And that's what the coal's for. Okay, so we need to, this number obviously is going to change because this is going to be 1350. I also need to change the way that this all looks. So mixed master train, red forest bauxite. Yep. We're going to add columns. And I think the train colors. So it's Mixmaster. And that's a Devastator. So this is where our bauxite is coming from. And rather than just having it all, I guess we could probably do this in 2 belts or 4 belts maybe. So I can do 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we know that we've got several belts here. I didn't realize how sluggish my computer was going to be doing spreadsheets and typing while running Satisfactory and streaming. A bit of a pain. So there's 4 belts. And this is just all main bus, I guess. And it's technically it's 1950 split 4 ways. And this is where I'm not sure if this is going to work. Maybe I don't need to do this in 4 lines because, yeah, it doesn't go anywhere else. So really we can probably just remove that. Why? Stop it. All right, but it's 4 Mark V belts. And that's, I guess, the load balancer. And then we're on the main bus, and this is also going to be 1950. Oh my gosh. Silly spreadsheet. So refinery is not going to be 14. 1950 divided by 120. 16 and a quarter. That is probably not a good number. What if this was 1800? 15. It might be worth it just to go back up to that bauxite site and just remove that 150. Just to give us an even 1800. I don't think it's going to matter in the long run. And then if we did 1800, then that would be 15 refineries instead of 14. That seems odd. Why do we have 14 going if we only had 1350 before? Are they at a different percentage? Unless they've changed the numbers. Maybe they've changed the numbers. Yeah. Or maybe I just have more here than I ever needed. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. If we had 15 of these, and we'd be doing 120 per minute. So that's just that's straight back to 1500, right? So 15 times 120 is 1800. So then these over here need solution, and they need 240. So then 1800 divided by 240, 7.5. So that's where this gets problematic. I would probably do 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And what's it's bauxite in and solution out, right? So 1950 divided by 240 is still not going to be a nice number. I guess I could underclock the production at the miners. Right? That's usually my biggest solution for these type of things, is to underclock something along the line. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So this is 240. 1920. So if we did that, then we would need 8 of these. There's the 8 right there. This would change up here quite a bit. It wouldn't be centered on one. We'd have to move a lot of stuff. I mean, I'm resigning to all of this getting changed. The axis of it could stay the same though. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we would just add another machine on the end there, and all of this would really stay the same. So that's good. Because if we had 8 of those, and they require 240, so let's do the math. Oops, wrong button. Yeah, 240 times 8, 1920. 1920 divided by 120, 16. And then we just need to change our bauxite. I mean, it's 1950. Having a little extra wouldn't be the end of the world. We just have to put an overflow somewhere into a sink. No, this to-do list, this was going to get revamped. This was going to be a huge headache, Cosmic. I was waiting for updates 7 and 8 to happen before we changed this. So I knew that was going to be a thing. So let's do 1920. If we did 8 of these, then that's 360 times 8. $28.80. And then 28.80 divided by 90. That should work out. 32. Yeah. Okay. So the solution is to build everything off of 1920 bauxite coming in, and that's good because that's just a hair lower than what we have. So I'm going to leave a note for myself. Whoops. Overflow at refineries or underclock. Okay. So we'll base this off of 1920. So our new numbers are going to be 16 refineries. And this has been a long time since I've done the spreadsheet. This is making, I don't think I have an alternate recipe for this. Bauxite So alumina solution. Do we have... We do have an alternate recipe. I think we're using one. So 240 per minute, 120. Oh, wait a minute. Why am I using an expanded recipe? $18 water per minute. 12. Oh, because it's producing silica. I wanted the silica. That's right, because these are all producing the silica. You get two things out of it. That was the reason. Yeah, you get two instead of just 12. It costs just a little bit more bauxite and a lot more water, but that's fine. Water is cheap. Are you able to sink ores now with the new update? That I don't know. That I don't know. You could you not sink ores before? You had to turn them into ingots? I thought you could always sink ores. I'm sinking coal ore right now. I'm 99% sure. But that's not new. That's been in the game for a while. Yep. There's coal. And more coal. Those are ingots. Right now, just coal. But I would assume that you could do other ores. No problem. No problem, B-Bear. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for saying hi. Sorry if I'm missing chat. I'm a little caught up in math. All right, so this is alumina solution. Does it have a name? Standard alternate recipe. They don't really call it anything. Oh. This is the regular one? Oh, sloppy alumina is just 10 and 10 and 240. So that eliminates the silica. We're using the standard alumina solution. And the silica is being used up here. Yeah, okay. We're using the standard alumina solution. One thing that drives me nuts about computers is that when you can't even like use keystrokes, when keystrokes get delayed visually, oh, it's so frustrating. We can all think about twice as fast as what's actually happening in the computer, and it drives me crazy. So alumina solution is going to be 16 refineries, 120 bauxite in, 100 water in, and alumina solution and silica. That will increase the silica, so that's good. We'll have to figure that out as time comes. But then we've got 16 times 120, and that was 1800, right? No, 1920. So this is now 1920. And then I've got to divide that by 8. $240. So I could do 3 pipes, or I could do 6, or I could do 4 pipes, or I could do 8 pipes. We'll have to see. That's going to be 4 pipes, 4, 8, 1 pipes. Yeah, this is a little bit tricky. I might do this after stream. So that's good. That will sort that out. And then water is from the Scourge water facility. I've not been out there in a while. I don't think I've done it on stream in a bit. And so water is 180 water per minute. I'm going to double check that in game. Make sure we have that right. 180 water per minute. And we'll just multiply that by 16, which is going to be a little bit more. 2880. So this needs to be 2880. We are not bringing in that much water. So that's the other thing that has to change. And then, so 2880 divided by 600, 4.8. Yeah. So that is where things get weird. There was a problem, you think? So this is going to need to be, I think it's at 4.5. 4.8. I really don't like the way that they do the math on water on liquids in this game. Not my favorite. And so 2880 divided by 120 though should be pretty straightforward. 24. 2880 divided by 120 is 24. So I need 24 water extractors. See, it says needs 21 there. I think that's because I just previously just did not have enough. All right, so water extractors, and that's water. Might as well bring 6 pipes, 5 pipes, 14. Yeah, so this is all my old math. I knew that I needed to fix aluminum. So this is pushing out alumina solution. It's also pushing out silica. And our coal intake is going to increase as well. Silica will be 50 silica per minute. Just double check to make sure that hasn't changed. Nope, that's right. So then that's just 15 times 16. I should know all this stuff in my head by now. 240. What? Why does it 700? No, 50 times 16. 50 times 16. 800. On 2 Mark IV belts. Yeah, that still tracks. Okay, cool. So that's the first leg of the problem, is adding some water, adding some refineries, and making sure we have the bauxite sorted into the refineries evenly. I don't think I want to rock the boat too much in here. I've left myself plenty of room around the outside to make it look pretty if we need to. There's some space here. These water supply things, these fluid buffers, those won't be there. So we've got a couple of tiles here. All of this, unfortunately, is going to need to be torn out. But I like the way that we have it set up here. When you come into it, it's all centered on this kind of experience of looking up and seeing all this. It looks very cool when it's all going, because it's just a bunch of silica all going up into the ceiling. So, I think what we'll end up doing is just adding refineries onto the back end here. And then we'll be redoing all of the piping. And we'll redo all of the belting. Now, here's another fun thing. I didn't have floor holes when I built this before. So if we need to, we can run things under the floor. We can make things look a lot tidier. I do not want all of this garbage. I much prefer things like this. I think that looks a lot cooler. So we'll probably end up doing more stuff like these. Although weirdly we're missing the design parts of it. I think I did something similar over here too. Would blueprints help with any of this? I don't think so, Cosmic. Because then I'd have to rebuild everything. Right? If I did blueprints with the machines, then I'd have to like redo blueprints. Or redo each one of these. I think because of the nature of this, I really want to make sure I get in here and have all the belts right. And this should stay roughly the same. Like this section here, right up to here, this should all be about the same. I might have to add another pipe, right? But ultimately, instead of splitting to 7, right, there are 7 pipes and 7 machines. This will just be 8, so it'll be split a little bit better. So some of this is going to change, and like I said, I'm going to make it so that maybe this is something we can walk through a little bit nicer. So we'll do some stuff here. So really the cool thing is I knew I built this with expansion in mind. So all we have to do is just tag on an extra machine here. The main thing, and we'll go look at that now, is the water facility, because we're only bringing in 3 pipes of water. This is 1800, and we need, what did I say, 2880. Yeah, because it's 100 and it's, why is it 200 water per minute? There's some inconsistency here. Alternate recipe 1. I'm pretty sure the other recipe was the alternate. That's the recipe we're using. Yeah, that's labeled as a standard recipe, and that's really confusing. It's neat that they give you these options in here too. So are we using the alternate recipe? Or it's mislabeled here, I guess. We're using the alternate recipe according to the codex. Anyway, let's jump in a hypertube. Where are these water pipes coming from? They are all going in there, and they are the 3 on the left-hand side. So I decided to build a really large water facility out here. I set up the measurements for it ages and ages ago, and I just basically add to it whenever I need it. But I have not done any decorating. It's all just pure function out here. It's a long way to go, but it means that we've got a lot of room to expand. And it beat just putting water stuff. I guess I could have put it up there, but there's also the edge of the map somewhere that I gotta worry about. So these 3 are the aluminum pipes. And 1, 2, and then 3. So we need to do 2880. I'll end up probably overclocking a couple of these. It's 24, and these are bays of 5. So it'll probably be 4 bays of 5, and then one bay of 4, and we'll just do it that way. Yeah. And then these carry 600. So yeah, 5 pipes. We'll need to add 2 more pipes. That's not the end of the world. That's not the end of the world. Add 2 more pipes. 5 is just it's a weirdly odd number. Normally things break down into like 3s, divisible by 3 or divisible by 2. BBR, no, there's just inconsistency with the codex versus the actual refinery. Oh, autosave. It's displaying wrong in one way. I'm not sure which one is which. Eventually, Devastator will have a back. Famous last words by anybody that builds large things in video games. Looks good from the front. Business in the front, party in the back. So then we'll have to bring in 2 more pipes along here. We'll somehow feed them into these. I'm not sure how or where. Probably just add those 2 there. It really shouldn't be too much of a problem just to add pipes along this wall. And then they'll just have another set of pipes coming down through here. Okay. Well, seeing as none of this is currently working anyway, what we'll do is, I guess I can flush this system. And that should start a bunch of stuff going. So before I start deleting stuff, we'll get rid of whatever's left in the machines. Plus this will look really cool. So that's the problem with the aluminum setup that I have right now, is that it was never permanent. It was always reliant on this system being flushed. But yeah, when it's going, it looks really neat. And then we've got scrap flying up on either side here. And so the scrap comes up here, and it goes down of all this stuff. And then this sends aluminum ingots upstairs, and they all get processed into this. Actually, I should probably just add another bin here. So that'll fill up there, and then we'll double check to see if we've got copper going here, and this will restock our aluminum all-clad sheets. I think I did hook up the copper somewhere. There it is there. Yep, so that's the copper we were messing with earlier today. So that'll replenish some stuff. This all looks really fun when it's going. We'll have to, if we put a roof on this, we'll have to really light it up well because it looks too good not to mess with. So that will just go until we run out of capacity in that water tank. I think the only thing we're not bringing in is bauxite. Right. Bauxite not hooked up. So when the bauxite runs out, this whole thing will grind to a halt. I'd say that's the tail end of it there. Yeah, we're full up. So that's good. That'll work out pretty well. How's the performance in the new engine? The performance is pretty good. I don't have Lumen on right now, but I don't find it any different. I'm getting a little bit of a strobe today, but my computer is not the best benchmark for it. I've got that with other games, so it's not just Satisfactory. But if I turn on the global illumination, you'll get an idea. So right away it gets darker. My frame rate goes a lot lower. But when you go inside places, it gets real dark. Cool reflections and stuff. But it's really dark. Obviously this area got new plants with the update, so I've got to cut down a few things. But we're like, I feel like it should be lighter in here. I feel like this is pretty dim. Because when you turn back to normal graphics, because it's not officially supported. That's the other thing. See the difference? You can actually see what's going on. So it's called global illumination, and what it means is that it tracks like sun rays and things. Think about it like shaders in Minecraft if you're familiar. And so it gives like a more realistic lighting to everything, but unfortunately, unless you've got a beast of a machine, things get very dark and very chuggy, at least for me. They've changed the minimum specs now on Satisfactory, but they don't have recommended specs because oh, is that full? It is. Elia. That's garbage. That's garbage. Not sure where I have all this stuff where I eat nuts and things. In here, maybe? Getting real close to sunset. Hover pack to reach the kitchen cupboards? That's not a bad idea, you know? We'll have to move this stuff. And I guess I'll just change that to being over there. Oh, I don't have any wire. I'll grab that before I go on break. Oh, right. I don't know why. That has to be a glitch because it's inconsistent. Cable wire. There we go. All right, so these are going to be switched around. And then these will be the aluminum color. And we'll need to unhook that. Nope, don't want to delete that. Why, Jan? Hello. Good to see you. And then this goes here. Yeah, I've done some changing to my schedule, so we're having a little bit more satisfactory happening. I don't know exactly how we're going to do this, so I'll leave that like that for now. And I'm going to go get on a break train. Yeah, so that'll be the new intake, and we could end up making that look a lot nicer. Now we'll move this. And that's double. Oh, that's wrong. That gets rid of that, and then we can close this back up again. Oh, that's annoying. Cool. Alright, coming up on my next break, so I'm going to do that now. If you're new to the channel, I do this once an hour. Gives me a chance to run some ads. You don't miss anything. And also, it's just really hard to see in Satisfactory when it's nighttime. So this makes things a little bit easier for gameplay. Yeah, I should change this. One load, unload has been completed, or wait for 15 seconds. Or wait for 120 seconds. That means that it should just stay here, I think, when it gets back, if I'm not exact on my return. Cool. Oh, what happened? I guess it didn't save. Megatron, construction, Devastator hub. There we go. Cool. Oh. Is it trying to go to the wrong spot? Okay, cool. I'll be back in about 5 or 6 minutes. Well, it didn't wait. So that did not work. I'm not sure why that didn't work. Thank you, Cosmic. Alright, get rid of that. So what we need to do now is figure out where we want to get the bauxite to come in. And that location might change. Right now we've got bauxite that needs to come down along here. It looks like we're no longer making anything. I don't know whether this is all filled up. Nope. It does not look like we're sending anything else up, so we're out of bauxite. Looks like that's the main issue. So what I need to do is I want to redesign how these things look, and so we can have the bauxite coming in. I think I want to get this stuff up off the floor, and that might become a problem because, as we discovered earlier, our things don't like to snap very well and look tidy. So that would be a nice way to keep that clean. The only issue is that where we put that then will change where we locate the pipes. But we could put the pipes right along the top of it. So we could be using the splitters to make it look like the pipes are being held up in that way. And that would reduce this footprint quite a bit. This is pretty clean, actually. I'm not so worried about the output. It's more about the input being a complete mess. So I guess what we'll do is we'll start with this side. We know we've got to add a machine. And while I'm thinking about this, I'm wondering if it would be worth it, because 4 machines line up so nicely. I wonder if it would be worth it to put a break. So we've got a nice here, like area here, and if we do 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 would be here. We could have like a little pathway there, and then kind of bump this out a little bit. That could be more fun to do. I've also done a lot more fancier work with designing refineries and encasing them. And so I don't know if I want to mess with this too much. Because really what's going to happen is that we're just going to end up putting another machine right here. That or the whole thing would be shifted down by 1 foundation. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And so it wouldn't quite be that depth change. So it would cover this, and then would make these two would be the path. Although if we do that, then we have to figure out what to do with this. Oh, maybe that will cover it. If I move all those machines, I wonder if it will cover that. Because that would mean that would kill 2 birds with 1 stone, right? So let's just get rid of these machines. 1, 2, 3, 4. I guess I could shift them. It's just that all of this would then change. Well, that wouldn't be a big deal. So if I did 1, 2, 3, 4, and then I built another one here. Like that. Floor is too steep. What? So it still doesn't cover that. Crap. So it does a nice little, you know, boundary there, but then we'd have to contest with this and that. I mean, maybe we raise the floor and this whole thing is going to walkway around it that's a little bit higher. That could be cool too. Yeah, I don't want to use like a whole one as a spacer. I mean, I could make this gap too wide and then this machine would get covered up. Maybe that's the thing to do. That's not a lot of space. What if we did that? What if we did evenly, but two? Oh, no, that's not right. Would have to be in that one. Snapping to something, and I don't know what. So we could leave a big gap like that. And then you can't see. Why is that? Oh, you're kidding me. Really? It builds it. Oh, that's frustrating. It reads it like an obstacle, and it won't build over it. Can I nudge it, maybe? So there's a cool tip. If you use the nudging, it will ignore stuff like that. That's cool. I mean, that takes up a little bit more space, and it would mean that we'd have to change a lot of stuff up top. Actually, it wouldn't be that bad. Well, yeah, it would change a lot of this. But we need to add more machines up here anyway, because we're producing a lot more than what we used to, so that's fine. There's going to be some cascading problems that Cosmic mentioned. Okay, so let's just say that we do a nice space on this. Gives us more opportunities to decorate. Autosave. So my idea for the way that I want the material to come in would be to have the splitters a little closer to the machines. Probably about there. That might not be far enough. I don't know if that's going to work. Well, for starters, put it in front of the right the right hole, Joel. That's giving me the right indicator, but that's too close. So we could do that. I was hoping to do it along here. Oh, come on. If we did that, that even line up? No. So I read those bugs, and apparently it's got something to do with splitters on belts. And it looks like they don't behave as expected. And that was a bug that came in the latest report. So that to me looks pretty cool. I think I prefer that look to this look. Although I generally like to keep things in lanes. Each foundation has essentially 3 lanes, and they line up very well with the wall holes. So I generally try to keep that kind of alignment. And that might be worth doing. If I had it to do again, well, if I'm gonna move everything, I could always move the refineries closer. So I could do that. I don't have any power down here. Where's the power cable? Well, that's not hooked up to power. All right. So yeah, if I'm going to move the refineries anyway, it'll just be a fraction. So if I grab that, I think that's the only difference. Yep. And then out the back, how would this affect the way that this looks? So it goes through the machine, but not the edge. That's fine. I'm okay with that. So yeah, I think we'll put that there. That mess this up at all? You can barely see it. Shouldn't be a problem. I may end up covering this stuff up a little bit anyway. Technically we don't need a splitter here, but it'll just look better. Oh, it helps if I put it in the right spot. So that's what I want to do for the bauxite. See, now that... Oh, that's off. I wonder if... Does anybody know if you can change... Is that the UI volume, maybe? Options... Audio... UI volume is at 100. It would be cool if you could turn up the little indication chime that it gives you. That would be fun. So that's how I want to do the bauxite coming in. And then the pipes, I feel like we could just bring in on the same line but higher. We would have to worry about another bauxite line, though. Although, we might have room underneath to do that. Yeah. So I would probably put this at this level. And then if we did that, we could have it look like the pipes were being held up maybe by the splitters. And then from here, I just have to double check that we can do our pipe splitter. So we could do this way. Noodle, horizontal to vertical, auto. That's one way to do it. And then the other way would be that way. I kind of like this one. What do we think, chat? I mean, well, one, these wouldn't have... These would be Mark 1s. Here. And there. And they probably wouldn't... Well, they probably would be blue. I don't know. I think maybe this one. I thought I wasn't going to like that as much. Oh, that goes through the belt. Thank you. Good call. Good call. Well played. Thank you. So we don't have a choice. If I put it on top like this, we don't have a choice. Well, actually we do. We can start at the bottom or we can start at the top. The slight difference. I think I like the one at the bottom. Still looks better that way too, yeah. I think I prefer the ones that when you start at the bottom. Yep. Okay. Unfortunately, these don't all line up. You think that they would. If I rebuild that, does it do it nicer? No. So these I would probably end up leaving without the indicator on them. Cosmic says I was waiting for you to figure it out yourself with the belts. Thank you. You are so kind. Yeah. Now we may end up having to have a couple of different pipes because as you can see over here, there's multiple pipes going to different machines. And so we've got, this will be 4 bays of 4, but we've got 5 pipes. Right? So that it becomes a real issue. So this will probably end up being like a multiple stack of pipes. And at some point we'll have to do some creative dumping. So like in some cases we might have to do this to get one pipe to flow down and then the next. But I think that still works. I think that still looks good. And then we would remove this stuff in the final design and probably end up putting in something like this. Oh, that's cool. That's new. You don't have to, what am I looking at here? Wall hole. Oh no, okay. I had the wrong thing selected, I guess. I wish we had half walls. I would very much like something that would only be a half wall. But there is no way to do that. Hey, J. Chris, how's it going? Alright, so this belt would ultimately feed this this splitter. So I could run that under the ground. Right, like we could do wall hole or floor hole right here. If I wanted to do that. So that's one way we could do that. So rather than running it up above the ground here, we could have it go underneath, which there is some room. And then that way we don't have to worry about bringing in this on top of all this. This could just be water from here on up. I feel like that will work. And as I mentioned, putting in this gap, maybe what we could do is bring these pipes through here, although I don't know if I really want to mess with this area here too much. This probably looks too tight or too tidy. I guess it depends on how high we bring in this water. It doesn't have to come down to here. We could bring it up higher. But we do have a passageway if we want to go through there instead of around the back, which is what we were doing before. going around the back. And this totally did not work. Okay. And then if we wanted to, I'm trying to remember how I encased those other refineries. Pretty sure I just used like half foundations. So if we really wanted to, 4 meter. So if we really wanted to hide stuff, we could totally like encase these and have them look pretty cool. I think what I did on top before was using curved ones. Yeah, I had more room though. So that's a possibility of doing something creative with the stuff after the fact. And leaving this wide gives us some room to do that if we wanted to. Because I don't think I put them on every single tile. I think I left some space in between. Is there anything introduced in Satisfactory in an update that you haven't played around with yet, but really want or plan to? I don't really think so. I guess the lighting, the new lighting engine and stuff like that. Like actual playing with lights in the factory. I'm trying to think about what else I might that was in there. Oh, vehicles. I want to do more work with vehicles, and they work a lot better now. There's a new physics engine for vehicles, so that's cool. All right, so how much would each of these need? This is going to be making... Nope. This is going to be making luminous solution. Paste. 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 And why not be a little bit more creative with the coloring? So for water, 180 times 4. 720. That is more than one pipe. That's a pain. Yeah, that's... The water consumption for these guys is a real issue. So that's 720, so that's 1480. Yeah, that's... Drones look cool. Those aren't a new update, but drones would be neat. Well, that's one of the things that we'll benefit from doing all this extra aluminum is that we can eventually make batteries. It's aluminum casings and hydrochloric acid, I think, to make batteries. That'll be great for getting some of these hard to reach resources, using drones to bring them back. It'll be a lot cleaner. Great for deuterium, quartz, that kind of thing. Yeah, this pipe thing is a real pain. The numbers here are just really, really rough. All this is great. The alumina solution and everything else down the line is good numbers, but the 180 per minute is rough. I wonder if that's something that I've made my bed in. Sloppy aluminum, 200 watt per minute, 3 machines per pipe. Yeah. That's a much nicer number. But then you don't get the silica. So if we were losing all that silica, we'd have to turn all the quartz into silica. So up here, this was 32, I think we'd have to make. So this requires 75 silica per minute. I don't think I have an alternate ingot recipe. Nope. 5 silica. So right now a lot of our silica is being produced by the scrap machines, or by the solution machines, but then the rest of it is being made in here, and it's a lot. What do we do in here? 35 per minute. Do I have a label somewhere? Alright, spreadsheet time. Quartz. Raw quartz, 1200. Constructors, quartz crystal, silica. So we're really not using all of it. So we need 1400 silica. But that's because we've got 800 silica coming out of these machines. Need 700. Can I get another 700 out of these constructors, I wonder? These are all doing a slightly low percentage. $22.5. I don't think I have an alt recipe for silica. Do quartz and concrete in assembler. We have lots of concrete. $26, so it's 3 to 7 or 3 to 5. Well, that would eliminate this entire structure, so no. But if all of these were at 100%, they would be producing 37.5 per minute. And I could also add more. 40. It's 15. 40 times 37.5 is 1500. And that's 1400. So we only gain... Oh, wait a minute. No, because I've got other quartz. We'd have to make quartz crystal somewhere else. What is this? It was 21.5, I think, was the original recipe. $22.5. So 1200 divided by 22.5. 53. That doesn't make any sense. 40. $900. that would still give me some left over, right? Got 1,200 coming in. And if I had 40 constructors, we could produce 1,500. Right? And then that replaces the 1,400, but I need more than 1,400. I need solution silica. So it's these foundries that I need the new number on the foundries. Because I don't think you can do anything else with aluminum scrap. I think the only thing you can build with scrap is ingots. Let me just double check that on the wiki. And we don't have an alternate, although that's complicated. Petroleum coke. So this would be the easiest one. But scrap is then used. Pure ingot. Oh. In a smelter. Maybe we should go looking for some hard drives and see if we can get... Because that changes things. We don't need silica at all. Then all of this silica issue becomes a problem, and it becomes a non-issue, and we can go back and just do the simple pipes. You get more for it too. 6 to 4? 2 to 1? Yeah. That might be worth looking at. I won't, that's a lot of math. I won't do that live. Okay. Oh, there was a save. I was like, why can't I switch? Why can't I switch? So we're still limited by our bauxite, but we could... What does that change? Does the aluminum change? 120, 200. So that would change our needs. 1950. It's only 9 machines, 10 machines. Well, we would just get rid of that 150 and we would do 1800, right? If this is what we were doing, we would do 1800 and have a straight throughput, and that would be it. That might be worth it, you know? That might be worth it. Plus, we could always just hook up one refinery to make... well, no, then there's nowhere for that alumina solution to go. Never mind. Or we could have like a little offbeat silica factory, but yeah. I don't know if that's how I want to roll. I guess first thing is we have to go see if we can find another hard drive. Wouldn't mind driving around. Kind of fun. Alright. I guess we don't need to have... Well, we have to bring some of this stuff because we don't know what we're going to need. Generally speaking, you want to bring a little bit of everything. Sheets, plates, got computers, got supercomputers, and limiters. Quartz crystal, silica. I'm sure I'm going to forget something. Plastic. I don't have any rubber. I know where I've got rubber in the world. Oh, quick wire. I think I've got rubber on the train. Motors, stators. I'm so glad that these don't make a noise when you open them up. I have rubber over here. Modular frames. Crystal oscillators. I did have some of those. I don't think I'll need those. Got pot copper. Top those up. So yeah, it's just modular frames and rubber. And don't have any of those. What's this? Empty. Now, where do I have... Do I have a bin of modular frames? I don't think I do. I think they're all just being made and sent on to their spots. I guess they probably have them in the train too. That's fine. Oh, tree. That's a large tree. I've cut the power to this somehow. So where are we going to find some hard drives? I could use the object scanner, but I'm probably just going to look it up on a map. I looked up that clip Cosmic. That would be very easy to do. I'd have to put it on a timer, otherwise people would probably use it too much, but I'm sure I've got the things that I want on this train. Yep. Rods, plates, that's good. Rubber. Plastic. Screws. Concrete encased beams. All good. Yep. Also good. I will bring more of those. And I don't have any ammo, so it's no use in bringing that. So the way that these hard drives are scattered around, I've got them labeled when I've found them. Drop pod. But I don't know whether the radar towers show them off to us, but we don't have that many of those around. Does it show crash sites? Yes, it does. Oh, but we found them. We have another one up here. Six hard drives. Other. Crates. Oh, those are map markers. These are all my map markers, not the game's. It doesn't look like it shows you. It says there are 6 hard drives in that location. Maybe that's as far as it's supposed to tell you. Vehicles. Yeah. All right. I guess I'll have to see what I can come up with. I'm running out of map markers too. Somewhere. Yeah. It's just the quantum computer. I knew about that one. Oh, crash site. Those are all received, retrieved. So it looks like there's some over here. I'm probably just going to look it up on the map. And where's the sun? Maybe it might be good to do a break first. And somewhere down here I've got vehicles. And these don't bounce around on platforms anymore, so that's good. They've redesigned the trunk of them too. Ah, so smooth, so nice. How do you brake? I guess backwards, but it's not very quick. Got the volume on it pretty low. They've changed the noise on it too. I wonder if the truck sounds, or the tractor sounds different. More bouncy. Okay. So the idea down here was to eventually use truck stops and things, but I've not gotten around to it. There's some closer resources that I'm bringing in via train that I might want to bring in via truck instead. Yeah, I think the sun is getting low. I can't see it, but... Yeah, break first. So you can visit the restroom before the road trip? Yeah. Restroom break. I guess I'll just jump on a train here. Yeah, the lights just came on. Cool. Once again, folks, taking a short break. I'll be back in about 5 or 6 minutes, and we'll go look for some hard drives. All right, let's turn off the old auto drive. Now, I've been using the Satisfactory calculator for a couple of different things. You can look for the hard drives on your own. You can also just look it up on the internet. And all the ones up here don't have any requirements. We could also go down here, but I think I've got some of these. These require power. Crystal oscillator. I feel like I've gotten a lot of the ones that are around here because they're pretty easy to spot. So we'll focus on the ones up here. We only need to get 3 or 4 because they take 10 minutes to unlock anyway. And at that point, not a big deal. So I'm just going to make sure that I have enough to build a buggy, which I do. So we'll just take the train back to construction station 2. They're not random. What they are is there's a roll, and so this is taking me the wrong direction. Looks like we're going around the horn. I don't think I have any here. Yeah, I got that one. Got that one. Yeah. So what they do is they give you 3 different selections, and you choose which recipe you want, and it's random. But someone in our chat, I think it was Bear yesterday, said that if you don't like the roll, you can just re-roll it. You have to wait another 10 minutes. But I'm not sure how to re-roll it. So I'm going to look that up, maybe, while we wait. Oh, you have to reload the game, I guess. So you save before you put the hard drive in the MAM. If you don't like the results, then reload. Why am I not moving? Weird. That's really strange. I'm not sure why that stopped. Should we get out and push? Yeah, maybe. So it looks like it's not really an in-game feature. It looks like you can just save it. No, that's from 4 years ago. So it looks like it's supposed to be in the game, but it's not. One thing that you can do is include as an alternate recipe all of the alternate recipes at the beginning of the game without researching any hard drives. It also makes collecting hard drives unnecessary, which is handy if you have already collected all the hard drives in a previous save and do not want to repeat the experience. So I could just potentially go into the options . Gameplay. I'd probably have to do it outside the save. Would be my guess. It's alright. We'll look for them. It's fine. Anybody that's new in the stream, you'll see a little bit more of the world, I guess. Yeah, and this is a fairly new section of the map, too. Trains are probably the fastest way to get someplace. Plus, if you're streaming, trains are nice because you can do other things. The other thing I wanted to check was if I had an object scanner. This is how you do it in the game natively. Hard drive. So the map tells me that there should be one 2 to the north. The guys are there. Right, we'll go this way. Probably need my jetpack instead. Oh, I had it. Adventure we will go. Oh, beep beep. Actually kind of chill. Definitely a lot easier with the new jetpack fuel. Oh, autosave. I was like, what happened? Oh, right in front of me. Looking right at it. Is this the part? No. This is the part. No, 30 motors. That's what we needed. So we'll grab that. And then the way to do this is usually you build the research station, the MAM. And then this is global. So you put in the hard drive, scan it, and then it takes 10 minutes. So 10-minute timer. Someone, please and thank you. And then you can disassemble that, and that will just do that in the background. Anything else good around here? Probably not. Stuff I already have. All right, so we'll put a little marker here on the map. Where do I have these? There's one there. So drop retrieved. I don't think you can copy and paste markers. That was that. And I guess it was just some light color. Oh, I should change the off marker size, large, medium. Okay. Right on. That's a start. So I guess the next one is just due north. They've made a lot of changes over here too. Oh, is that one down there? Nope, just some coral. Do we see anything though? Alright, we'll go to where we know there is one. I see a slug. Hear it. Over this way somewhere. Oh, there it is. No requirements needed. Do another map marker. Now you can drop stickers. And I don't know whether you have... No, yeah, markers and stamps are the same number. Off, regular, apply. Cool. Next one is to the east. I think it's over here somewhere. They've changed the colors on these guys, which is nice. I'm glad that they gave us the opportunity to put the creatures on retaliate or passive. I find it's a much more pleasant way to play the game. It's interesting at first to have everything like as they designed it, but after 1,000 hours, you just kind of get tired of like constantly dealing with creatures that want to try and kill you. Because it's not why I play the game. If I want to have creatures try and kill me, I totally want to play like Halo or something. Oh, there it is there. Oh man, you can sail with this. Like I've barely used any fuel. The biofuel? Awesome. That's 3. That's good. And we'll grab one more. And I think if we just go due south, then we should hit it. Whoop. Yeah, you can almost just straight up fly. I think the game looks a lot better. The foliage looks a lot better. I think this was one of the areas that they changed heavily. It changed a lot in Update 7, but I think they made some more changes in Update 8 as well. Alright, well that's 4. I don't think we're going to be able to unlock more than 4 today. That's fine. But yeah, with the new jetpack fuel, biofuel, you can really get around this area a lot easier than you could before. Construction 1. Thanks, Bear. So, Bear, was it you that was mentioning about the re-rolling on hard drives the other day? Because it looks like online that that's not working. Ambassador, it was you, right. Thank you. And welcome back. Good to see you. Kung Pao Griff and Shintaro, thanks very much for the follows. Appreciate it. There's just so much to do in this game. I would really love to do like a Satisfactory marathon, but I can't sit and stream for that long. I'm getting a new chair this month, so hopefully that will change. But for now, I've got to keep things pretty simple. I mean, tonight I've got plans anyway, so. I'm not doing anything fancy, Dan. I'm just going to get something from IKEA, I think. Just enough to make it better than what I currently have. We should get back to the main hub just in the nick of time. I think I have to start dedicating certain parts of the stream to like decorating. Maybe we do that first every day for Satisfactory. Man, research complete. Timed that really well. none of these are what we are looking for. However, yeah, there doesn't seem to be any kind of like re-roll button. So I guess you just have to save. When it gives you the 3 option, press escape. The UI doesn't update unless you leave the MAM and restart it, but you should be able to rescan it. Been dreading the them changing this since update 8 first came out. No idea if it's a bug or intentional. Oh, I see. So you press escape, but then I have to wait another 10 minutes, right? Is that what happens? Because I might actually look at that quartz and see if that's a better way to do things. Alternate supercomputer looks really complicated, so probably not. Yes, it's a reroll, so it takes another 10 minutes. I may want that pure quartz. Let's just so if I let me just go over to this quartz crystal. So that's the only alt, and it is 5 to 3 or 9 to 7, but it requires water. And a lot of water. I don't know that that to me is more complicated. Even though it's a higher output, I don't think that's necessarily worth it. Okay, well, if that's the only thing there, what's about this one? Oh, right, I forgot about this. Standard recipe is quick wire, silica, and circuit boards. And this is stators and high-speed connectors. Oh, wait a minute. Look at the wrong thing. Standard recipe is AI limiters. I feel like AI limiters are more complicated. Electromagnetic control rod. There it is. So we were looking at this alternate. And so I wanted to look at AI limiters. Those are easier to make, I think, than high-speed connectors. Yeah, oh gosh, yeah, that's a bad idea too. Okay, well, that means that this is actually worth the reroll, I think. So, Ambassador suggests, when it gives you the 3 options, press escape. That's assuming the escape key works. Okay. And then I currently have 4 hard drives. Did it put it back? I only collected 4 hard drives, right? I started with 0. And I did 1, 2, 3. Oh, I forgot to mark that one. It was around here somewhere. Okay, cool. Thanks, Ambassador. Hard drives. 4 of 1. Okay. I'll try it again. 10-minute timer starting now. Thanks. That's cool. So it is working. That's great. I have to roughly guess where this hard drive is. They've moved it from where the map was. It was in the water. Can't remember exactly where. I think it was here. That looks like a waterfall, so put it there. Okay, cool. What was I missing? I had sulfur somewhere. Oh, I needed a hard drive for this to unlock compacted coal. Guess I don't really care. If your inventory is full, then it drops on the floor, but not in a crate. Okay, well, inventory wasn't full, so we're good. Hitboxes and some of these things are weird. Alright, so while we're waiting for that, instead of really, we can't do much for planning, I guess I could hook up the aluminum while we're waiting, because it's probably still going to come in to that section. Although that might change. Yeah, I don't think there's much of a like a point in doing the belts. I mean, I guess we've got room here behind everything. Yeah, we might as well. Might as well. So I'll need this. We've got 4 splitters here. So this coal is going to go away. And you've got these 2 aluminum belts. Change my build color. Oh, see, that's not good. Glad I caught that. And I may have to build the splitters on their own and then connect the belts to them, just to kind of get the snapping that I want to achieve. All right, let's just get rid of all this. It makes my main bus a little bit more problematic, but so really all of this bauxite is going to be going in with no overflow, so we don't have to do splitters. We really could just run every belt along here. We'll use the splitters for an angle, but I don't have to do an overflow or a smart splitter, so that's cool. I guess each one of these will run down. Oh, but if I do that, then... Right, it might be neater to run these down than not. I'm also trying to think about this from a design perspective and like how I'd like to have it look. Has coming back to Satisfactory scratched the itch for working on a technical project? A little bit, yeah. I still want to do some more technical stuff in Minecraft, but mainly in Minecraft, I'm just at those last tasks, and I've got to pull the trigger and update the data pack, and there's a bunch of things about West Hill that didn't work out the way that I wanted to. So this has been a nice break, but we'll be back to Minecraft tomorrow. I may end up doing some double headers this weekend. It's supposed to be really crappy weather on Saturday, so I'm not going anywhere. How do I want to do this? If we pull from this, it all has to be pulled to the right. And there's no sense in tying up the bottom if we don't have to. So I feel like this would be a good spot to go in. I'm just going to use these 2 wide holes because the center ones create too much of a problem. I guess you could always offset it. Like if you wanted to have a road barrier, use your architecture thing, put a road barrier down on that half, then grab one of these singles and replace the road barrier. But then I guess you end up with situations like that that don't work. Well, I guess you could then do this. And so that ends up being in the right spot. And then you can do that. I mean, it ruins your pattern, but you can have a single wide. That's something that I would use a mod for. Like if I really wanted to experiment with modding, that's probably what I would do. I would find things that offer you the ability to do like certain tasks like that. So I guess we just have to decide if we want this to turn in the first hole. It probably makes more sense to turn this in here. So I'll grab a lift. That way it gets this bottom belt out of the way faster. Because I think we're stuck here for space. Yeah. I guess we could always drop it down by like a ½ centimeter or something, or a half foundation in some places. We could create little trenches if we wanted to. That's that one done. That means that this doesn't mean to go there. And I think what we'll do is we'll grab number 2 right here and we'll just do the same thing because of the height difference. Now, this is where I think we have to actually build the splitter manually. And, oh, man, research complete. Alternate for miners. Why would I want an alternate for miners? Ooh, that's interesting. Sheets and screws. I think my alternate currently... Yeah. So it removes the option to have to use copper. No, it adds copper. Copper sheets are expensive though, aren't they? 6 copper wire versus copper sheets. 2 to 1. Yeah, that's more expensive. Okay, I guess we'll just try it again. I'm still showing 4 hard drives. Very cool. Right, so here, what we have been doing to try and illustrate the bug, and thank you very much, Cosmic, for looking that up. If we were to use a smart splitter, what we were doing was trying to line this up on a belt like this, and then it wasn't working when we wanted to do this kind of thing. We're not getting connection, right? Oh, now it is. All right, well, now it seems to work. Making a liar out of me. That goes into there. That's 1 and 2, and I guess we just do the same thing for 3. Now we can't go out that space. So really the thing to do is just to go down the bottom the whole way along. Put that the wrong way around. And then we just do the same thing. Now maybe I just got lucky that time. Yeah, so we're not getting the chime there. So apparently the fix for that is you have to build the thing up. Now, I don't know how far we are. I mean, if we're off, we're not off by a heck of a lot, right? But apparently, if you do it this way, it works better. Oh, autosave. For what it's worth, I've enjoyed your return to this game. I enjoy the puzzles and the technical thinking in the game, but it's not my strong point, so it's fun to watch someone who's actually good at the game and get the most out of it. Well, thanks, Cosmic. I think my issue, which I think I've explained on the spawn chunks render distance, is that yeah, see, now we're getting the click. Is that I tend to grab these projects and I tend to bite off more than I can chew. They just tend to be these huge 1,000-hour projects. Now, so that connected to the splitter, but the splitter is not connected to the belt. So the idea is that you have to do this. And then that connects that way. I don't think we're going to need that. But I'll put it there anyway. This is none. That's none. And then down here we don't have one. To make it look like finished, I could probably put a splitter down there if I really wanted to. And then this, I guess, won't have... I don't need that to be there. But I'm going to do it, I think, just for fun. We'll try this again just to see if I can get it to work. Yep. So yeah, I guess if you run into that problem, then you just either stack them from the ground up, which is tedious, or you can just do it that way. Okay. So we could remove those belts too if we wanted to. That comes into here. And then two of these, that shouldn't exist. I think they all, it doesn't really matter what speed they are. They're not going to be at full capacity anyway, and they all will have more than 480 on them. So I'm probably going to rebelt these. So there's two. Right. So I'll just reconnect that stuff later. So these should be way more straightforward. Should just give myself a hole here for fun. It's an overflow system, so using a faster belt speed will help us along. That's provided that this is where things are actually going to go. I might not want to run the belts up this high. I might want to actually take them under the ground at some point, so it gives us some options. And then these ones down here, this is just incorrect. Will not be coal. So that's going to move. However, these belts, I believe, yeah, those are bauxite. So we'll just remove these there. I guess I should have left those for measuring. That was dumb. All right. We've got one on the bottom and one on the top. I think that's it. And that was the wrong one. This goes down to that level. I always get turned around when I do this kind of cascading belt work. You just always forget that you got to bring the back one down to the bottom and rotate stuff around like that. Okay. I know the colors are off, but that's fine. All right, so I'll work out that later once we decide how many machines we're going to have. And then the coal was coming in here. Oh, ma'am is done. And the coal just goes along the side here. Okay. So chances are we just have to move that coal over somehow. Should not be too difficult. I don't know if they're going to put any hot fixes out for easy access or for early access. I know that they've got they do hot fixes for experimental. I might have to just rotate my save over to experimental. Same thing. We're just getting the same stuff over and over again. Right, so the coal was coming in those two spots. And this is going to change a little bit, but maybe not so much. Right. I don't know how easy that's going to be. I might be able to do a stack. That might be possible. What's this? That's coal. Oh wow. Coals are high and low. That's bauxite. Well, that's bauxite too. Okay, so that's not a hole. Or I guess it could be. Yeah, see, this is what I mean by the belting here is a little bit screwy. Either way, I've got a limit to how far these can come down. So it would make sense to actually bring them down to here instead. And then yeah. It never quite works the way that you want it to. I find it really challenging to go from the left and right sides to the middle. It's not the easiest thing to do. Generally, you've got to scooch things around. Seeing as we're redoing a lot of this, I'm probably going to prefer having everything kind of come in around the same level. And I might be able to fit this. Nope, too steep. I can go down a little bit farther. Or just go straight across. I think that's going the right way. Right, and then here we've got to do thing to the coal that we have not done. And I need to check I need to check the coal required, at least a range of the coal required. So we were looking at, this is going to change. This is aluminum scrap. Yeah. And that's supposed to be 8, but that could be more if we ended up doing that other thing. I basically have to map out the alternate recipe and see which one I like. And so this is 120 coal times 8. 1200? 960. Right. 120. That's. This is either going to be 960 coal per minute, or if I was doing the other recipe, what would that end up getting us? So if we did this recipe, 240, and we would be doing 200 per minute. So that would be, I know the spreadsheet's bright. I don't think Google Docs has a dark option. If anybody knows, let me know. Inconsistent bugs are the worst. I agree, Dan. I agree. 10 bauxite, 200 per minute, so that we would change that to be 1800. So we'd only be doing 9, so it'd be 9 times 240 equals 240 times 9 for alumina solution. $21.60. And aluminum scrap doesn't have any alternate recipes, I don't think. We looked at it. I don't think it did. Nothing worth doing. So this requires 240 alumina solution per minute. So this would just be even, right? 240 times 9 would be 240 out, 240 in. So we would only have 9, 9 and 9. Right? 9 of these, 9 of those. Real straight. Thanks, Cosmic. I'm going to wrap things up, I think. We've got a minute left on that hard drive. I'll check to see what it gives us. So yeah, we could end up with less. If we had 9 of those, then that would be equals 9 times 120, 1080. So the coal doesn't really change very much. It's the aluminum solution. I guess it really depends on how we're going to do, like what recipe we're going to use. And I guess that depends on whether we get anything from the hard drive, because we don't have the alt. We have this alt. I don't have the alt for the foundry to make aluminum ingots without silica. That's the main thing right now. We do now. That's what we wanted. Pure aluminum ingot. Just scrap. Okay. Well. 3rd time's a charm. Or maybe 4th. I don't remember. I guess we can scan another hard drive, right? Sweet. All right. Well, that changes. Not this. This doesn't change any of this. But all the stuff we talked about earlier, we only need 9 of these now instead of 16. Because these were doing 120 with 120 bauxite. And the alternate now does a lot more. I think that's more. So yeah, 200 and you get 240. So that's 83%. And then this one is 120 and 120. So you get less aluminous solution for your bauxite. And you lose the silica. But it makes the water a lot easier to deal with. Then you're dealing with different setups. I guess it would remove the need for all of these. We would just have another row. Because you could hook them up directly. Like if this is putting out 240, right? And this is consuming 240, then you could just go back to back, machine to machine. I'll have to think about that and decide what to do. I'll have to run the spreadsheets and do that in between streams. Cool. Well, that is where I'm going to wrap it up for today, because it is getting dark. But we've got a lot of really cool things happening here. I'm happy with the way that things are proceeding. I'm going to be back tomorrow at 1 o'clock Atlantic for Minecraft. Reminder, I have changed my schedule. It is on the Twitch page under the schedule. There's also a tweet at Joel Duggan with a screenshot of the schedule. But it's Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday at 1 o'clock Atlantic. And that's UTC minus 4 hours. Thursdays is now Satisfactory. Friday, Saturday, Sunday is now Minecraft. And there may be some days where I fit in Satisfactory on the weekends after I play Minecraft, but Minecraft will be taking the lead on Friday, Saturday, Sunday. There might also be a Friday that switches out to Lego just for fun, but right now that's looking like what we're going to be doing. I may be able to fit in extra streams during the week, but I also have limited time, so we'll see. There's no promises on the other days. I do want to try to play some other games over the holidays, so hopefully we'll find some time to like sit down and have a drink or a coffee and try something new. There's a new steampunk builder game, and I wouldn't mind trying something chill, that kind of stuff. So we'll try some things, I think. You can, of course, check out the Spawn Chunks podcast and the Citadel Cafe podcast. They're both free. They both have their own websites, the name of the show.com, and also they're free wherever you get podcasts. YouTube, Spotify, iTunes, very easy to find. If you are a member of either one of those Patreons, thank you very much for supporting that. And I have my own Patreon for supporting the streaming work. So if you like what you're seeing here, if you want to join the Discord for the most affordable way, then that is less than 1 cup of coffee per month. It's only $2, and you help me do more streams. And I appreciate all of it and all of you, including you, Cosmic Dancer and SweetSandi, who have been moderating these Satisfactory streams during the week. Very, very fun. Always great to have you along. And we'll see you folks tomorrow. Let's pass you on to somebody hopefully playing Satisfactory. There usually is someone doing that. And that will be the end of my broadcast day, but maybe not the end of yours. Doesn't look like anybody's playing Satisfactory that I know, so I'm going to send you on to Tadpole Milk, who is always a good time. I will see you folks tomorrow. Bye for now.